Yep.
And I bet you, let's go look at the title. I bet you it's still going to have that other title. I bet you. Let's go see right now.
Let's see.
It is yep, Flying Back to Orlando. There it is. Yep.
Yep.
Flying Back to Orlando. That's exactly what it is. Why does it do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea, but I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, I got to hit the, hold on. Microsoft, from where it closed. Let's see. Okay, so back to what you're saying about the update.
So, yeah, that's all I had to say on it. It's 3.49 gigs, and it fixes the issue where it would say collapse notifications when you get a whole bunch of them.
I wonder what the quickest way is to clear up some space on my phone.
Besides deleting apps, I don't know.
Double tap to download.
I really need to delete some apps that I don't use because I've got 12 pages.
Oh my goodness.
181th mail. Search
Wow.
12.
See, listen.
Search page 1 of 12. Adjustable.
One as
Good
well.
Page
grief.
spotlight. Swipe up or down. Page 2, page 3, or page 4, page 5, page 8 of page 9 of 12. Page 10 of 12. Page 11 of 12. Page 12 of 12. Christian Resources. Holy Bible. AccuWeather in iCloud. T-Life in AccuWeather in iCloud.
AccuWeather.
To download.
That's in iCloud. I'm not even using it.
T-Life in iCloud.
Yeah.
T-Life. I don't even know what that is.
T-Mobile Internet in iCloud. GitHub in iCloud. T-Mobile in GitHub in iCloud.
JetHub.
In BMV in iCloud. Eclipse Soundscapes in Fake Police Radio in iCloud. Profile Analyzer for Facebook in iCloud.
I'm going to just go through and delete a bunch of apps and maybe that'll be enough to... I'll do that in a little bit, yeah. It's loading now, so... yeah, somebody was asking why do I fly on a pilot's life now compared to flying on FS Airlines or FS Hub and all that. Well, the thing is on FS Airlines and FS Hub, I get to choose everything. There's no type of like realisticness as far as, you know, when you work for an airline, you don't necessarily choose your entire schedule. Like you got to fly what they give you, right? So that's why I do that. You know, the other interesting thing is, I'll tell you in a second. Come on, get past the web browser thing. Thank you. There we go. The other interesting thing is, no, I'm not installing a freaking Google browser extension security add-on. No. We'll close you. We don't need you. Interesting thing is, have you noticed that Man, I should say this very carefully. Let me knock on my desk. If you notice, everything is back to normal.
Yep.
I think what happened was when it did an update, one of the drivers was outdated. And whatever, I hate when something's done and you really don't know the full answer. I hate that. It's so annoying, but everything's working the way that it's supposed to right now. Like, the only weird thing I got going on is, make sure this didn't load in safe mode. Why? I think it did, you stupid thing. PMDG, let me see. Oh no, right here in a second. Yep. Alright, so I'm shutting down Microsoft. When Microsoft crashes, just for an update for people, you too, Brandon, and you start it back, you're going to get a menu where it doesn't talk, and you're going to hear it make like a little chirp noise when you're moving up and down the two options. One option is safe mode, the other option is normal. I hit the wrong one because I had to use my mouse instead of it letting me use my arrows. And the only thing that is going on with my sim that I don't understand why, and it's still doing it, but it's not enough for me to say, okay, I better redo my whole computer. And that is when I close 2020. I don't want the sim market up. When I close 2020,
it's not closing all the way.
The executable's hanging, basically.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that's enough for me to say I better just redo my whole computer, because all I gotta do is go to Task Manager and close it. I mean, it's not it's not the end of the world. At some point, I'm going to redo the whole computer, but guys, I'm not one of them to do that. And there are some people that love doing that stuff. I won't say no names, but there are a few that love doing that. Brandon, you know who I'm talking about. They have one little problem and they just want to completely redo their whole computer.
Yep.
Not necessary. Their thing.
4:23 p.m. One notification. Wave radar. Collapse stat.
That I wanted to talk about while we're on here, because it's something that, well, you've been wanting to talk about it yourself. No way.
What?
Oh, it's doing, okay, scared the crap out of me. I thought it was making me do a complete update on my sim. That was going to make me very angry. Because you know how long it takes to do a full install of an update?
Forever.
Yes. And that's 2 or 3 hours just to install it.
Wow.
And then you're looking at another hour or two to do all your updates. All your world updates. Don't worry, my friend. You get to do that. It's coming.
Oh, fine.
Well, not all the way though, because your stuff's already set up, you lucky dog.
But I mean, the point is, when it does happen, it's going to take 3 to 4 hours at least.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But anyway, back to my point about the whole reinstalling and all this, and redoing the computer and all that. It is tiresome with the amount of stuff, like with the amount of stuff that's got to be done. And I'm really grateful about the simming, because simming could be way worse for us.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're on track. Where would we... KATW?
Yep.
Okay. To me, it's tiresome. I mean...
It is.
KSFB. But back to my answer on what why not do the flights on the other stuff. I like realism, and FS Hub is fun. You can do your own flights, but if you want to actually fly for, like, to have a what's the word I'm looking for? To have to fly for a reason. Like, when you fly on a Pilot's Life, you're earning XP, you're making money, and you're doing a schedule. Like, you have a reason. Like, FS Hub, you pick your own flight, fly it. Woohoo, you just did a flight. But what did you earn? Nothing. So that's why I like flying on a Pilot's Life, because you get to kind of pick, you get to pick an airline you want to fly for, and then of course as you get bigger, you fly for better airlines. Like, my next airline that I want to fly for is Delta. That's my next go, because they fly all over the world. Once I'm able to, eventually I'd like to fly for FedEx using the 777-300.
Yeah.
Because you can do cargo with the 300 as well. You can do it with the 300, or you can do it with the freighter. But what were we talking about yesterday? And you said it was something you wanted to talk about on live stream too. Was it the accessibility? What was it?
No, it was I think it was audio description, because you were talking about somebody had asked you, why can't you show the video of The Chosen?
Oh, you're right.
And we got into that discussion about we can follow along, and I had said, for somebody like me who has no vision, you kind of can't follow along with no audio description.
Yeah, and we need to touch base on that real quick anyway, because the thing is, guys, we can't stream it with the video side. I mean,
no.
I mean, technically, I can, and I have the resources to do it. But if I did that, the channel would get struck.
Oh, and it would get shut down real quick.
The way that we do it, where it's just audio description with no visuals, so they can't actually see a picture of somebody, then they don't get us for copyright. And I hope that 3 comes out soon. That is a longer season, I can tell you that. Season 3 is a longer season. we're probably going to see more than just 6 or 7 or 8 different ones.
Maybe that's why it's taken so long to come out.
Could be. All right, so we're at the gate here. I literally reached over to plug in my phone and I hit the cord. I should probably get a new cord because if that's doing that just by smacking it with my hand.
Yeah.
4:32 p.m. 2 notifications. Messages. Collapsed stack. Now. 898287. Text message. 4.
What is that
Messages.
about?
Collapsed
Hold on.
stack. Now. 898287. Text message. Messages. Collapsed stack. Now. 898287.
You're talking about that right there.
IBU. VIT are ready for pickup. CVS Pharmacy. 815 W McLean Saint.
Oh.
Tap i.cvs.com 7x3
Your
H4BW
your-
to use your pickup barcode. Manage order. Button.
Okay.
Activate
Prescription.
Actions available.
Tell Crystal Ackerman, will you go through the pharmacy and pick up my medicine, please? It's ready.
Sending to Crystal.
Send. You know, I gotta say,
4:33 p.m.
me and my ex-wife, we didn't have the best of a relationship, but
4:33 p.m. 3 notifications.
now that we're not
Collapsed stack.
living
Now.
together,
WhatsApp.
we
Notification. Messages. Collapsed stack. Now. 898287. Text message. Wave radar. Collapsed
Oh,
stack.
wait,
Good
bro.
grief.
we get along good now because we don't live together. And you know, I never did hate my ex-wife. Now I'm not talking about Amanda, by the way, the one that pretended to marry me in
Yeah.
2024. Talking about my first wife, but outside of just having things that just never like it just there was a lot of things that made us what's the word I'm looking for, incompatible.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, she's a human. I don't hate her. I don't wish nothing bad or no foul intent against her. You know. And that's, I mean, I don't know. But anyway, back to this described audio thing. It's one of them things, guys, where as bad as we want to do it, like we want to make it enjoyable for you as well. We don't want it to be just about what we want. We want it about what you want as well. But there's rules that we have to follow. And what did I say that altitude was going to be for that? 38,000?
39,000.
Oh yeah, it was 39. Okay. Usually, Pilot's Life never gets the altitude correct, and you got to go in there and.
For notifications, messages, collapsed stack. Now, Crystal Ackerman, text message. Messages, collapsed stack. Now, Crystal Ackerman, text message. Button messages. Now, Crystal Ackerman, I don't feel like it, but I guess. Messages. Now. Dictate. Space. Dictate.
I appreciate it. I'll give you some gas when I get paid on Thursday.
Inserted I sent messages. Send button. Sent message. Send.
All right.
Stay focused on the message or button voiceover.
Yeah, I know. I hate when it does that. Okay, so the other thing that we were talking about is accessibility in the gaming world for like Xbox and PlayStation and what is the other system? There's PlayStation.
There's PlayStation,
Xbox.
Xbox X, and Nintendo Switch now is the newest one.
Yeah, Nintendo Switch. I wonder what that one looks like.
I don't know. I've never seen one.
I know they all look very similar when you look at them. Like the Xbox and PlayStation, they look kind of similar. Not fully, but I mean they're both bulky, is what I'm saying. They're.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I will.
I remember
They
the
are bulky.
older style PlayStations were kind of flat. They were more of a flat, skinnier type of system, but.
Well, it depends on what console you had. So, like, I had both the PlayStation 1 and the 2. So, the first one, the original PlayStation was very bulky. It was
Yeah, I know.
rectangular.
My son had one, yeah.
Yeah, so you know what the original one looked like. It had the door on it for the CDs and stuff like that.
Yeah, yep. Well, we got to request cargo again with saying tensions here. But I don't know, they need to make more accessibility. Like, again, you take the one game, Forza, now on PC, that game's been made fully accessible.
Forza's been made accessible on the Xbox and other platforms.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On PC and Xbox, Forza has, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you got to understand the accessibility on that game, or you will have trouble
4:38 p.m.
doing races with it until you understand what the beeps
Right.
mean. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
because some beeps are low tones, other beeps are high. Some beep, some stay solid. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, if they could even take a racing game and make it the way that Playing in the Dark was, where it would, you know, you could tell what side you was on. I mean, that alone, like with the racetrack on Forza, it's really good accessibility, but they could have done it the other way too. And I think it would have been just as good, because you are going around a racetrack. You're only going to go left or right. You're not going to go, unless you do the street version, which I don't like the street version of Forza, where you're going
Yeah.
down the different streets. That makes it a bit harder.
I honestly think in general we need more accessibility with open world type games. Like Assassin's Creed, different things like that.
Legion
I would
Airline
love to
requests some
play.
cargo to Orlando. Yeah.
I would love to play Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
Let me see
me
what we
too.
have. Give me a minute or two.
Give me 1 second. I'm just, I gotta, here in a second, Brandon, I want to have you talk to them guys just for a second while I run out and grab my
Okay.
medicine that she's gonna be bringing me.
I'll do that before I jump off and go monitor, of course, like I always do.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey.
Text message.
All right,
And
we
it
got
looks
a new
like you got a
mission
cargo
for you.
job.
You'll be transporting military equipment to Pittsburgh, not Orlando. The cargo weighs approximately 5,000 pounds, suitable for your PMDG 737-600. Ensure all protocols for handling military cargo are followed. We're sending your crew over now. You can expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
But yeah, that's my take on it. Open world needs to be definitely more accessible.
Did I hear that right? Did he just say we gotta go to Pittsburgh?
I didn't hear it because I'm not monitoring, so.
I'm pretty sure he just told me that cargo needs to go to Pittsburgh. I'm not going to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
All right, this guy.
Good afternoon, Captain. We are just about done loading cargo. It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
You know what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to send a truck over to Orlando to pick it up, because that's where it's going. Let's see what they think about that little. See what they think about that little idea.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to Orlando. I'm not able to stop in Pittsburgh. Can we take it to Orlando and have someone pick it up?
Hold on while
Secure
I
and
check
ready
the
to go,
mission
Captain.
queue. I'll get back to you in 1 to 2 minutes.
Oh, God. Instead of just answering that, he's going to give me another mission. Watch.
No, I know.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
We know it's gonna happen.
4:42 p.m.
Yep.
Notifications.
There's
Yep.
another
Messages.
mission.
Collapse stack.
Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, I understand your request, but I am unable to assist with ATC-related tasks. Please coordinate with air traffic control for any changes to your flight plan. Remember to click New Flight if you decide to cancel the current mission.
We're not going to Pittsburgh. We're only going to Orlando.
Roger, noted for Orlando. Ensure your flight plan is updated accordingly.
Okay, well, it's just going to go to Orlando. That's where the cargo is going. I don't know what else to tell it. I'm not doing another flight
Yep.
plan. Now, technically, I could land.
Good afternoon, Captain. We are just about done
In
loading cargo.
Pittsburgh.
It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
Without getting another flight plan. I would just have to go and select a alternate airport under the
Yeah.
CDU.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that, you don't really know what the stars are, the SID. You don't know anything. I mean, it's going to give you what your flight plan is going to be
Right.
to land there, but you still don't know it. Like, you're not able to look at your flight plan and say, okay, I got to go to this altitude, and then I got to turn here and go to this altitude. You don't
Captain, we are secure and good
have
to go.
that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So, now you watch CVS, I bet you they mess up. I bet you they mess something up on this.
4:44 p.m. For notifications. Messages.
I bet you they do.
Messages. Collapse stack. Group 440. Show notif. Messages. Collapse stack. Grouped. 2 minutes ago. Say intentions. Flight line. Show notif. Message. Flashlight. Camera. Button. Conversations. 1. Say intention. Amanda. Say Crystal Ackerman. Unread. It's gonna be a little while. 4:38 p.m. Message. Text message. Message. Camera. K. Send. Button. Send message. Send. Update. Button.
Oh man.
All right, so we've got that set up. I've already exported the flight plan, so we're good there. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to let
Starting pre-flight flow.
I guess I should open the stream chat in case someone's on.
Good afternoon,
Yeah.
Captain.
That would help. That way I can go tune in and monitor and see if I need to do my job.
All right, chat is on.
Oh.
So I'm going to let you go, Brandon. And I'll
Alrighty.
let you monitor, and we'll get our flight started.
Alrighty, sounds good.
All right, we'll talk to you.
Brandon Armstrong. I'm here.
All right, Brandon, good deal. You want to go ahead and get our IFR to Orlando, please?
Sure, I'll handle that.
Appleton Ground, Allegiant Niner Delta Whiskey, requesting our IFR clearance. We have Quebec.
1 second while I grab the paperwork. Allegiant 3725 cleared to Sanford. Radar vectors Badger, Milwaukee, then is filed. Climb and maintain 4000. Expect flight level 39010 minutes after departure. Departure on 126.3 squawk 5524. Expect runway 30.
All right, so we're just waiting to
Lois. I've been here for while, been trying to talk, but dang chat been closed. LOL. What up? Finally, face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
Yeah, I didn't realize I had the chat turned off. But yeah, we're here, Lois. I got the chat on, and I had to restart because I hit the cord by my computer, and it knocked it off. But we're good now. We did a flight last night to Iceland. We got an airplane sitting up there. That was about a
Lois.
4.5 hour
How's
flight.
Brandon today and John?
Hunky dory. Are you at Mom's, Lois? I'm guessing you are.
The computer is programmed except for the SIDS and stars. Heading out for my checks.
Alright, let's see where we're... Alright, 30 direct to... 30 direct to Bay. Alright, there's 4. Alright, there's our departure. Now let's set up our arrival. Let's see what it gives us. Shrek 2 big. Shrek 2 big. And we get 9 left. I love 9 left.
Lois. Don't got enough rain, I tell ya, still raining 3 days later, lol.
I know it, it's ridiculous. Execute. Get rid of that
Brandon
vector.
Armstrong. Join the club, Lois, that's what we got here.
Alright, there we go. And walk around is going to end right now.
Aircraft looks good.
I ain't keeping him out there for another 5 minutes. Let's just get this thing done so we can get in the air, people. Yeah, you watch. She'll go pick up my stuff at CVS and something to be messed up every single time. Every single time. Telling you, if you can avoid going to CVS, go to any pharmacy besides CVS, because they are not good people. And the pharmacist that they got over there now, you want to talk about somebody that has no professional skills. One day I called to see what the fill date was on my medications, and he told me, he said, well, you can do math, can't you? How many days does it last you? I'm like, can you not look in your system and tell me the refill date? How hard can that be? Okay. There's that. There's that. 117 for V1. Okay, we'll take it.
Flow completed. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen. Tested. Navigation, transfer, and display switches. Normal and auto. Window heat. On. Pressurization mode selector.
There we go.
Auto. Flight instruments.
Got that set.
Set. Parking brake.
3.
On. Fuel control switches. Cut off. Pre-flight checklist completed.
Alright. Now we'll go shut the door. Right's off 5, left's off 3, left's off 1, left's off 6, left's off 4. And no, we're not using say intentions to do our pushback. Just so people know. You can go ahead and start the boarding.
Acknowledged, Captain. I'll start the boarding process now. Hey folks, welcome to our ride to Orlando Sanford International Airport. We're flying on a Boeing 737 today. Please make yourselves comfortable as we prepare for departure. If you need any assistance, feel free to let me know. Thank you for choosing Allegiant Air.
How's my co-pilot doing today?
Doing well, John. Ready for a smooth flight to Orlando.
Did you enjoy your stay in Iceland last night? Got pretty cold, huh?
Yeah, it was chilly, but quite an experience. Ready for some warmer weather in Orlando.
You can say that again.
Allegiant 3725 cleared to Sanford. Radar vectors BAE, then as filed.
Flow completed.
Climb and maintain 4000. Expect
Report
flight
start
level
checklist.
39010
door.
minutes after
Calm
departure.
and locked.
Departure on.
Fuel
Expect runway
20725
30.
pounds. Checked. Passenger signs. On. MCP. Speed. 122. Heading. 298. Altitude. 39000. Set. Takeoff speeds. B1 121. BR 121. B2 129. Checked.
Getting ready to start our
Medium
pushback,
flight.
Lois.
Completed. Rudder and aileron trim. Free and 0. Anti-collision lights. On. Before start checklist completed.
Hello, below.
Go ahead.
Hello, Blue.
Clear to push straight out.
Alright, here we go.
Copy that. Clear to push straight back. Release the parking brake, please.
Brakes released.
Starting engines.
Alright,
Starting engine 2.
started our pushback.
Lois. Okay.
Hey folks, welcome aboard Allegiant Air Flight 43725. Our journey today is from Appleton to sunny Orlando. I'm Emma, your flight attendant for this trip, and I'm here to ensure you have a comfortable and safe flight. Our captain today is John, and assisting him is First Officer JD. We're expecting a smooth flight with an estimated time en route of about 2 hours and 39 minutes. Before we take off, I'd like to take you through the safety procedures on our Boeing 737. First, to fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap.
Engine 2 started.
To release, lift the top of the buckle. In the unlikely event of a change in
Push back
cabin
out.
pressure,
You guys can set the
oxygen
brakes.
masks will drop from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Remember to put your mask on first before
Starting
assisting
engine
others.
1.
Your life vest is located under your seat. In case of a water landing, remove the vest from its pouch.
Yeah,
slip it
Lois,
over
your
your
life
head,
vest
and
is under
fasten
your
the straps
seat.
around your waist.
If you gotta swim,
Inflate the vest by
that's where
pulling
it's
down on the
located.
red tabs or by blowing into the tubes. This aircraft has several emergency exits, 2 at the front, 2 over the wings, and 2 at the back. Please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, keeping in mind that it may be behind you. Thank you for your attention, and please let me know if you need any assistance. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Engine 1 started.
Okay, nice push. The brake is set. We'll see you next
Engine
time.
1 cut out.
Yeah, no problem, guys. We're disconnecting the tow bar now. Stand by. Okay, tow bar is disconnected. We're disconnecting the interphone right now. Pin's gonna be on the right-hand side, guys. So take care. We'll see you.
All engines stable.
you know, I better look and make sure. Oh, that runway's not going to
Before
work.
taxi flow.
Alright, we either got to do runway 21 or runway 3 because the other runway's only 6,000 feet.
Clear on the right. Clear on the left. Flow completed. Before taxi checklist.
206,
Generators.
21.
On. Progi.
Request
Isolation valve.
runway
Engine
21.
start.
Runway 30 is too short for us to
Recall.
take off from.
Checked.
Auto brakes.
Rejected takeoff.
Runway
Flight
21
control
isn't
task.
available here. We can use runway 3 or 30. Let me know which one you prefer.
It's going to have to be runway 3. Runway 30 is too short.
Runway 3 is available. I'll note that for our departure.
Contact ground, request runway 3 for our takeoff. Let them know that 30 is too short.
I'll handle that.
Full left.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Go to the right.
Full right.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Appleton
Straight
ground.
back.
Full back.
Back to center.
Requesting
And
taxi
forward.
clearance to
Full
runway
forward.
3 for
Check.
departure. Runway
Brake test.
30 is insufficient
Check.
for us.
Before
We
taxi
have
checklist
information,
completed.
Quebec.
Allegiant 3725, taxi to runway 3 via Delta Bravo Alpha Alpha 4.
Runway 3, Delta, Bravo, Alpha, Alpha 4. Allegiant 3725.
Alright, Lois, you'll have to watch this one because it's another one of them. Hopefully we can get off the runway in time. It's only 8,000 feet. That's only 2,000 feet more than this is going to be. I hope we can do it.
Approaching runway 0303.
Allegiant 3725, contact tower on 119.6.
Before takeoff flow.
Lois.
Flow completed.
Okay.
Before takeoff checklist. Flaps. Sit.
Lois.
Stabilization
Eyes
trim.
ready.
Sit.
Man, I hate when we get
Cabin
short
crew.
runways.
Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
Oh
Notify.
God.
Before takeoff, checklist completed.
Y'all better buckle up back there. This is the short runway. We're ready for
Acknowledged,
takeoff.
Captain. I'll make sure everyone is buckled up and ready for the short runway takeoff.
Yeah, you better.
All right, let's contact tower for takeoff clearance.
And the wind's at 19 knots. That's.
Allegiant 3725.
Oh, God.
We're holding short of runway 3 and ready for departure.
Lois, what's at the end of this runway? Is it a building or is it just
3725,
open land?
Appleton Tower, runway 3, winds 320 at 17, gusting 22. Fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff.
Oh God. Oh boy. All right, folks. Here we go.
Runway 3, runway heading, cleared for takeoff. Allegiant
Thrust set.
3725.
Checked.
Come on, baby.
Speed alive. Checked.
80 knots.
80 knots. Checked.
V1.
V1. Rotate. Positive brake. Gear up.
Lois.
Gear down. Gear up.
Looks OP and land.
.400 feet. Lateral navigation.
How close did we cut it, Lois?
VNAV on. Heading select
Lois.
on. Autopilot.
You got this, we off.
Command A on.
Lois, how close was we to the end of the runway? Was there still a lot of runway ahead of us, or was we at the end of it?
Acceleration altitude.
Brandon Armstrong.
All right, we got taken
Great
off.
takeoff.
Got a little bumpy taking off here, but we're good.
Thanks for the heads up, Captain. I'll make sure everyone is aware and prepared for a bumpy takeoff.
We must have been coming close to the end because that's. I heard it say 10, and I think that's when you're
Lois.
getting close to the end.
Oh, you did great. Steve had plenty runway.
Nice. Yeah, 8,000 is doable for sure, but you got to be able to take off pretty quick. If it would have wanted us to get to 138, 140 knots, we would have never made it. But we took off at like 120 knots.
Flow completed. After takeoff checklist. Engine start switches.
We
Off.
did it though.
Packs. On. Auto brakes. Off. Landing gear. Up and off.
Telling you, I love this airplane.
After takeoff checklist
Lois.
completed.
Yeah, you had plenty. You did awesome. WTG, John.
This 737-600 is like my home away from home.
Brandon Armstrong. That was a great takeoff.
Yeah, it was. It went really well.
Passing 10,000 feet.
I think I'm gonna I think I am going to install the 737-800. That's the second airplane that is probably my second favorite. to 39,000 feet. This flight's just a little over 2 hours. I'm going to expect by the time we get to 39,000, we'll be at about an hour and 20 minutes. I bet you first officer don't even have on my anti-ice.
Lois. Were we going to how far?
We're going to the home airport, Orlando first. And then I'll have to let you know on the next, I'm not sure what the next one is until we get there.
Lois. Oh, okay, got you a little over 2 hours.
Yeah, might be less than that once we get to cruise altitude. With it
Transition altitude.
being rainy and nasty out, we're going to turn on our wing anti-ice.
Lois. Well, I'll be here. Got into trouble at work last night, but sad thing, got in trouble by my boss, which is my daughter Carrie. LOL about not clocking in. LOL LOL.
Oh, you didn't clock in?
Lois. But I'll be here.
Stupid thing. Hold on. Alright, Lois, is your view good? Tell me what your view is.
Brandon Armstrong. Wow, that was weird.
Yeah, it's because I closed the cockpit panels window and TFM sort of froze up for a second, but we're good now.
Lois. I haven't clocked in over amount she got onto me last night. LOL.
Lois, how are you getting your?
Yes, good, you leave it.
How are you getting your hours if you're not clocked in? Shame on you.
Center pump's coming off.
I gotta restart TFM.
Lois. I am not use. Time clock I put it in myself. LOL can't do that. LOL.
Oh, gotcha. Hello. Okay, but why can you not do it that way? Why is that a problem?
Brandon Armstrong. Wow, so you're supposed to use a clock in system and you didn't.
Wow. Gotcha. So what so the time card, do you just swipe it or what? So it's just as simple, actually it's easier than putting in your hours. Yes, so you're losing an hour every week. Yeah, just stay an extra hour. Wow. Hey, hold on, Joe. If it hangs up, you know it probably will. Hold on a second. Okay. Love you. Hello. Hello. Yeah. And they didn't say I had medicine ready, so I don't know if it's my other or if it's... What is it? What? Okay, you already got it?
Lois. How's Brandon today?
Yeah, the other one's tomorrow. Guys, give me a second. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hold on.
Brandon Armstrong. I'm doing good today, just not liking the cold and rainy weather here. Lois. I hear you buddy, it's nothing but rain last 3 days so flooded around here.
altitude on our journey from Appleton to sunny Orlando. We're expecting a smooth ride, so sit back and relax. My name is Emma, and I'll be taking care of you today. We're about to start our snack and drink service, and I highly recommend trying our delicious turkey and cheese sandwich, or the classic Caesar salad. After the service, we'll also have some items available from the Allegiant shop for you to browse. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Enjoy the flight.
Brandon Armstrong. Stay tuned, he will be back in a few.
already started administering oxygen and monitoring their condition closely. I'll keep you updated on any changes.
Lois. He get lost Brandon he leave with Crystal LOL. Brandon Armstrong. I have no idea LOL.
LNAV on. VNAV on. LNAV on.
Okay. So when TFM decided to freeze on me, we also were going the wrong direction. We're about 30 minutes, 40 minutes the wrong direction.
Brandon Armstrong. Lois thought you got lost LOL.
217, so let's turn to... No, I had to get my food. Alright. Lois, where you at?
LNAV on.
Alright. We're on track, but it just put us a bit behind schedule. But we're good. Joe Lois Hughes, I'm back.
Sending to Lois.
Send. changed our time a little bit. LNAV is on, VNAV is good. Guess we took a bit of a detour, folks. But what do you do? See something though. Let's see. We was definitely going the wrong way. We're in Canada. Okay. Get our flight tour guide. Let's get her out, shall we? Let's do it. Let's get her. Let's get out Two-Tone Murphy. Alright, my friend, what can you tell us that's coming up?
Me friend, if you look out at our 10 o'clock, about 5 miles out, you'll spot the Grand Mississippi River. This beauty stretches over 426 kilometres, and it's a favourite for those who love a bit of canoeing adventure. The river's name comes from the Cree word Mississippi, meaning pictured waters, and it's a haven for wildlife like moose and black bears. Legend has it that voyageurs of old used this very river to transport fur, and you can almost hear their paddles slicing through the water if you listen close enough.
Lois. Back.
No, I just went and got me a taco. Yeah, I just went and got me a taco to eat because, well, that's about my only option. At least for right now.
Lois. Thought you got lost for a few LOL.
I just had to go grab me a couple tacos. However, our flight did, and CBS, by the way, did mess up. They told me that my medicines were ready, but the one I can't get till tomorrow, and the other one was ibuprofen, which I don't take that stuff unless I absolutely have to. I don't mess with the ibuprofen stuff.
Cast your eyes to our 11 o'clock. About 11 miles out, you'll find the quaint Hurst Municipal Airport. Now, this wee airport might not be the busiest in the world, but it's a lifeline for the folks in this neck of the woods. Built in the mid-20th century, it serves the small town of Hurst, which is known for its rich forestry industry. The airport's named after René Fontaine, a local politician who was a champion for the community. It's a charming spot, surrounded by the lush Ontario wilderness, and a perfect example of how aviation connects even the most remote parts of our world. So tip your hat to this little gem as we fly by.
Alright, let's see. We ended up going out of our direction that we really needed to go. We're in Ontario, Canada right now. And when I closed the flight panel, for some reason, TFM had kicked off my own app for some reason. But anyway, I've got us on track now. It's just going to be a little bit of a longer flight. About 3 hours longer compared to 2 hours and 30 minutes. So we went about, 40 minutes out of our way. That's not as bad as 80. I could probably get it to go. 223.
Brandon Armstrong. Got to love when programs freeze up on you.
Yeah, and with me, not being at the cockpit, I didn't realize it until I got back to the cockpit. But, Sorry, I just saw your message. Yes, I can give you one. send Jordan down, or you come down and grab it? Hold on 1 second, guys.
Lois. Damn roads so flooded around and about Geo.
Yes, nasty hours.
Lois. How was that Taco John face with tears of joy?
Stupid messenger, hold on.
Brandon Armstrong. The weather's so bad there they cancelled Thunder over Louisville.
Yeah, they canceled it. Thunder over Louisville. Stupid freaking messenger, dude.
Lois. Yes, they did, it's so bad here. This whole focus thing with Messenger is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, they normally don't cancel Thunder over Louisville, but who would want to go? You'd be surprised who would go in this kind of weather. I've seen it where the Thunder over Louisville still took place. Raining and nasty out, and people still out there at the Thunder over Louisville. Like, you wouldn't think so, but they do. They do. Alright. Slowly making our way here, folks. Wow, we was far up into Canada. My gosh.
Lois. Yeah, that needed to cancel it for sure.
Yeah, they did.
Me dear friends, if you cast your eyes to our 10 o'clock, about 22 miles out, you'll find the charming Wawa Municipal Airport. Now this wee airport might not be the busiest in the world, but it's a vital lifeline for the folks in this neck of the woods. Built back in the day to serve the small town of Wawa, it's nestled in the heart of Ontario's stunning wilderness. The town itself is famous for its giant Canada Goose statue, a nod to the flocks that pass through the area. So tip your hat to this little gem as we fly by, and imagine the honking of geese echoing through the skies.
There's the thunder, fellas. There's the thunder. Booming and banging. Gotta love this weather. I should take this ticket in, scan it, come around. Let's take a picture of it. Turn the light on. We got lights. Let's take a picture of this.
You'll need to unlock your
can't be right. November 23rd? No way. Dates, that can't be right because I just got that not even maybe a month ago, not 4 months ago. We'll have to take it in and see. See what it says. What if? request flight level 410.
I can't handle that request right now, John. You'll need to handle the comms for altitude changes.
He's an airline requesting flight level 410.
Allegiant 3725, radar contact, 4 or 5 miles north of Two Hearted Airstrip at flight level 380, heading 224, Newberry altimeter 30.00. Allegiant 3725, climb and maintain flight level 410.
Appleton Tower, Allegiant 3725, requesting flight level 410.
Go ahead and do a fresh check-in with ATC.
I'll check in with ATC for you.
Alright, so we're going up to 41,000.
4725, reporting in at flight level 410.
Going to change up the pace here a little bit.
Allegiant 3725, roger, maintain flight level 410.
Maintain flight level 410, Allegiant 3725.
Allegiant 3725, contact Minneapolis Center on 119.1.
Switching to Minneapolis Center on 119.1, Allegiant 3725. Minneapolis Center, Allegiant 3725, evening, maintaining flight level 400.
Allegiant 3725, Minneapolis Center, good evening.
Hold on, guys. Hello. 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 I'm in voiceover. I'm in garbage bag. Say what? Did it say you paid after that too? Okay, well, Monday we'll call that number. Okay, and we'll figure out what's what. I didn't get it on the date that it said. I got it late because my mail had changed. without me. It's nasty out, man. Well, I bet it is. It's flooded all over. I mean, they canceled Thunder over Louisville. They're not even having it. Which, obviously, why would they? I mean, I've seen them have it before in bad weather, and it's like, that's stupid. Oh, I'm sure the river's up big time. The last time they had a bunch of water like that, a lot of people lost their homes down in Kentucky. That's why I wouldn't build a house and put it on the river, because that's stuff you got to deal with. But yeah, Monday though, I'll call and see what's what.
Me dear friends, if you look out at our 11 o'clock, about 7 miles out,
All right,
you'll see the magnificent Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore. This natural wonder stretches along the shore of Lake Superior for over 40 miles and is famous for its colourful sandstone cliffs, some reaching up to 200 feet above the lake. The cliffs are a canvas painted by nature herself,
All right, you guys.
with hues of red, orange and green created by the minerals in the rock. It's a paradise for hikers and kayakers, and legend has it that the spirits of the Anishinaabe people, who once called this land home, still whisper through the trees. So take a gander and let the beauty of this place fill your heart with wonder.
Alright. Now we're getting somewhere. We're going Mach 0.82. We're boogie woogieing. Boogie woogie woogie. It's interesting because the higher you get, it's harder to go even faster. Because the air gets thinner. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. I mean, regular speed, we're barely be able to do the 243 knots. Now, Mach speed, 0.82. getting there, though. Now, while we're going, I think we should just be going straight south. It'd be quicker, I think, but Lois, where you at?
Me dear friends, if you look out at our 11 o'clock, about 7 miles out, you'll see the enchanting Kitch Itikipi, also known as the Big Spring. This natural wonder is Michigan's largest freshwater spring, and it's a sight to behold from above. The name Kitch Itikipi means the big cold water, in the language of the Ojibwe people, and it's been a cherished spot for centuries. The spring is 40 feet deep and crystal clear, allowing ye to see the ancient tree trunks and fish swimming below. It's a magical place where the water
Brandon
stays
Armstrong.
a constant 45
I'm
degrees
still here.
Fahrenheit, no matter the season. So take a gander and let the beauty of this hidden gem fill your heart with wonder.
We're about to speed up. I'm going to show y'all a little bit of... Let me give y'all a little science for you. Watch what we do. Vision Airlines requesting flight level 230.
Allegiant 3725, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Descend and maintain flight level 230. Allegiant 3725.
Lois, you like being lower to the ground, so we're going lower. Oh, are we going lower?
That's go low as you can get Heckley.
You got it. You like it low? I'll give you low. We're going low, trust me. Watch how this shortens the time to get there though. Because of speed, you'll see, watch.
Jackson Harbour Ridges State Natural Area. This splendid spot is a treasure trove of natural beauty, with its rolling sand dunes and lush greenery. It's a haven for birdwatchers and nature lovers alike, offering a glimpse into the wild heart of Wisconsin. The area is home to a variety of rare plant species and is a crucial stopover for migratory birds. So take a gander and let the serenity of this natural wonder fill your heart with joy.
We are dropping like a brick.
Speed brake on.
spoilers out just to control the speed a little bit so we don't overspeed. How's that for a descent, Lois? We're getting down low. That ground should start looking a little bit bigger to you.
Lois. How low did you go, John?
We're still going. I'm going to get you down low until we get close to Kentucky, then we're going to climb back up a little bit.
Allegiant 3725, contact Minneapolis approach on 119.4.
Switching to Minneapolis approach on 119.4, Allegiant 3725. Minneapolis departure, Allegiant 3725, evening descending past 3000.
Allegiant 3725, Minneapolis departure. Good evening, altimeter 30.06.
Watch airspeed. Passing 10,000 feet.
I think we're landing, but we're not. Don't worry, we're good. We're not landing. Lois, I'm taking you down for a really good view. I'm giving you a view from 3,000 feet. You wanted a good view? I'm giving it to you.
Lois. Oh wow, nice look, beautiful. Lois. Tai John heavy black heart purple heart heavy black heart.
We're almost where we're gonna level out here. Alright. There's your view for you. There you go, Lois.
Speed brake arm.
I bet that gives you a really good view of the outside, don't it?
Lois. Nice. Lois. Love it smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes.
Allegiant Airlines requesting flight level 3000 for cruise altitude.
Lois. Yes, so beautiful. Brandon, you take nappy nappy.
Allegiant 3725, descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet. Allegiant 3725 out.
go. You've definitely got a view now. Oh, shut up.
2500.
Lois. Oh wow, I see everything, that's so dang cool.
Speed brake armed.
What all do you see, Lois?
Lois. It's better to see things than just clouds, lol. Lois. I can see roads and a lot of building, lol.
Nice. Well, that's what you wanted, so that's what you got. You wanted a view, and I'm giving it to you.
Lois. Yes, so beautiful. Lois. Thank you, John.
You betcha.
Allegiant 3725, contact Green Bay approach on 120.2.
Switching to Green Bay approach on 120.2. Allegiant 3725. Green Bay departure, Allegiant 3725. Evening, maintaining 3,000 feet.
Allegiant 3725, Green Bay departure, good evening, altimeter 30.03.
The reason you guys keep hearing 2500, that's because of the AGL. So like when we go over an area that might be less than 3,000 feet from where we are, like trees, hills, buildings, if it picks anything up that goes below the 3,000 between the plane and that object, it's going to say that. So that's why you hear that every now and then. And you should see traffic on them roads too, Lois. Unless it's still a bit far away for you to tell. We are over top of Wisconsin right now. You're not doing a very good job for our flight tours.
sure to keep me eyes peeled for the grand sights and share the tales of wonder with ye. Let's make this flight a journey full of laughter and discovery.
I'm getting ready to switch you to somebody else. I don't like your attitude.
Me apologies, dear pilot. I'll be sure to keep me eyes peeled for the grand sights and share the tales of wonder with ye. Let's make this flight a journey full of laughter and discovery.
All right, Janet, what do you got coming up for us?
Contact Milwaukee, approach on 127.375.
Well, just ahead of us, at about 11 o'clock, you'll spot the Sheboygan County Memorial Airport. It's a place where planes come to rest after a long day of flying about, much like Toby after he's had one too many at the pub. Speaking of Toby, he once tried to land a hot air balloon there, thinking it was a giant trampoline. Needless to say, it didn't end well, but it was quite the spectacle. Keep an eye out for it.
Good evening, altimeter 30.03.
Allegiant 3725.
Allegiant 3725. Contact Chicago approach on 135.875.
Switching to Chicago approach on 135.875. Allegiant 3725. Chicago departure, Allegiant 3725, evening, maintaining 3,000 feet.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, good evening, altimeter 30.06.
How's that view, Lois? Brandon, how you like that view, buddy? I'm gonna do something here.
Lois. Looking beautiful.
Go ahead and put my descent flow in, being we're already down this low. It's gonna think we're doing a descent here in just a little bit, and which we are, but we're not.
Brandon Armstrong. I don't know, LOL.
Well, open your eyes, dude. My gosh, pay attention. Y'all need to get him some new glasses or something. I don't know what's going on.
Brandon Armstrong. I do.
Descent checklist.
My eyes don't work, LOL.
Sit. Recall.
Oh, you need some new batteries?
Auto brakes.
Hold on, I'll contact Elon Musk and have him get you some new battery for your...
200. Approach briefing. We're expecting the
Tell
ILS
him to
approach
fight you,
for
Brandon,
runway
LOL.
09er left. The minimum altitude is 200 feet. We'll use auto brakes forward. We can expect to park at gate 106. In case of go around, we'll climb per ATC instructions on the runway heading. Any questions?
Don't worry, guys, we still got a little while to go, but I had to go ahead and do that because of our
Descent checklist
altitude.
completed. Transition altitude. Checked.
And we're still on the LNAV, but I'm also open free flying too.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, contact Milwaukee
Lois.
approach on
God
125.3
love me,
feet.
Brandon. Growing heart John is silly, LOL.
Switching to Milwaukee approach on 125.35. Allegiant 3725.
I just wonder.
Milwaukee departure. Allegiant 3725. Evening. Maintaining 3,000 feet.
Allegiant 3725, Milwaukee departure, good evening, altimeter 30.06.
Brandon Armstrong. Oh, I know, LOL.
There we go.
Lois. Depends on roads if you all go to church or not. Okay, was told to tell you.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless 31 floods, should be good.
Lois. I say no go, I wouldn't be driving in it, roads flooding.
That's what I say, if the road is flooded, then yeah.
Lois. Oh, it is starting to already.
Well, I know 31 floods there at the corner. Of 31 and 56. But I would think if the roads are flooded out, they would cancel church altogether.
Lois. Past the bridge from hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't go the back way because that road floods every time. The one that goes downhill, you know, off of 31. I forget the name of it, but...
Lois. At the bridge it's getting very high.
Yeah.
Lois. It's already flooded.
Yeah, that road floods every time. It don't gotta rain much at all for that road to flood.
Brandon Armstrong. Wow, you guys be careful and safe when you go out and about.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on.
Lois. Yeah, Brandon, it is getting bad here.
Okay, I'm back. I was trying to see if I could order Brandon some new batteries for his glasses, but they're all out, Brandon. You gotta wait until 2026. Alright, so we're in Wisconsin right now. But now we're flying directly south, and I basically made the plane go that direction because it saved us a little bit of time. Not a lot, but a little bit. Let's see.
Hey again, John. I'm here and ready to chat.
What state is south of Illinois?
Kentucky. It's right
Allegiant
across the southern
3725,
border of Indiana.
Milwaukee departure. Contact Chicago. Approach on 120.55.
So does Illinois border Kentucky?
Switching to Chicago approach.
Yeah,
on
Kentucky is to the
120.55.
south of
Allegiant
Illinois. They're
3725.
separated by the Ohio River.
Chicago
So
departure,
Illinois
Allegiant
and Indiana are
3725,
side by side.
Maintaining 3,000 feet.
Exactly. They share a border to the
Allegiant
west and
3725,
east,
Chicago
respectively.
departure, good
Illinois
evening.
is west of
Altimeter
Indiana.
30.03.
What are the tallest mountains in Illinois?
The highest point in Illinois is Charles Mound. It's not exactly towering, more of a gentle hill, standing at 1,235 feet.
What about when I get into Kentucky? What is the highest point?
In Kentucky, the highest point is Black Mountain. It stands at 4,145 feet. It's a pretty dramatic rise compared to Charles Mound.
This is true.
Absolutely true. Kentucky's got a bit more elevation to brag about. Is there something else you were curious about?
Hold on.
Uh-huh. I'm all ears.
Not you.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure. Contact Chicago approach on 125.
Chicago approach on 125.0, Allegiant 3725. Chicago departure, Allegiant 3725, evening, maintaining 3,000 feet.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, good evening, altimeter 30.06.
Damn it. Come on. Alright, let's try this.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 2 miles. At 2000 type unknown. Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 2 miles. Same altitude type unknown. Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 2 miles. At 2000 type unknown. Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 3 miles. At 2000 type unknown.
this real quick. Alright folks, we got to climb up a little bit because I don't know where Black Mountain is, but if we come across it, we're going to hit it. So we got to go up to at least matter of fact, hey, what was the altitude for Black Mountain in Kentucky? Is there any other altitudes that are higher than that between there and Orlando, Florida? Okay. Appreciate it, my friend.
Lois. We don't want to hit anything, so you go higher, please.
Yeah, we're good. We're at a safe altitude right now. Once we get over Kentucky, we'll be good.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, contact Chicago, approach on 133.1.
Contacting Chicago approach on 133.1, Allegiant 3725. Chicago departure, Allegiant 3725, evening, maintaining 7,000 feet.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, good evening, altimeter 30.06.
Alright, we're over Lake Indiana right now.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, I need you at flight level 210, sir.
We are unable to grant that request due to instrument conditions. We need to stay at flight level of 7,000.
Allegiant 3725, roger. Maintain 7,000 feet due to instrument conditions.
Maintaining 7,000 feet. Allegiant 3725.
Sounded good anyways. Let's, 108.90 095 You.
Allegiant 3725, contact Chicago approach on 118.1.
Contacting Chicago approach on 118.1. Allegiant 3725.
KSFB 09L. There we go.
Chicago departure. Allegiant 3725. Evening. Maintaining 7,000 feet.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, good evening. Altimeter 30.03.
Lois. BRB gotta use little girl's potty.
Okie dokie, Lois.
VNAV on.
Allegiant 3725, Chicago departure, climb and maintain flight level 240.
Climb and maintain flight level 240. Allegiant 3725.
Watch your airspeed.
Shut up. We're speeding up.
Allegiant 3725, I need you at flight level 240, sir.
Allegiant, unable to comply. We need to stay at 7,000 due to instrument conditions. Actually, technically.
Allegiant 3725, maintain 7,000 feet due to instrument conditions.
Sounds good anyways.
Maintaining 7,000 feet due to instrument conditions. Allegiant 3725.
We're good. I'm gonna grab me a drink. Hold on, guys.
Allegiant 3725, climb and maintain flight level 240.
Climb and maintain flight level 240. Allegiant 3725.
Let's give him 240. Shut up. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Allegiant 3725, contact Grissom approach on 123.85.
At about our 9 o'clock, just a couple of miles out, you'll see Purdue University Airport. Now this isn't just any airport, it's where Amelia Earhart was a career counselor. They say she once tried to teach my friend Toby how to fly a plane. Unfortunately, Toby thought the cockpit was a great place to host a tea party. Needless to say, the plane didn't take off, but the tea was quite nice. So, keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's tea party took an unexpected turn.
Good evening, altimeter 30.03.
Alright, what is... There we go. We'll give them what they want for now. It's kind of fun doing what you want in the flight. You know, it'd be cool if we could hit a hotkey and get our GPS coordinates, and then we could look up exactly what else is around us. Besides just doing the right bracket C or right bracket shift C. Montgomery, Indiana. We're over top of Crawfordsville, Indiana right now. You can let them know we're climbing to flight level 240 as requested. It's just taking us a minute.
Brandon Armstrong. That would be really nice.
So we're almost to about 2 hours out. I mean, we're in Indiana now, so we're getting there.
Sure thing, John. I'll let them know.
Grissom departure, Allegiant 3725, climbing to flight level 240 as requested. It's taking us a moment.
You know, another way
Continue climb to flight level 240.
to drop really fast is you can turn off your auto throttle and bring your throttle percentage down to 0, and that'll drop you like a brick too. Probably not the safest way to do it, but when you actually do descent, your throttle goes down to like 4%, 5%.
Allegiant 3725, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Climb and maintain flight level 380, Allegiant 37.
Allegiant 3725, we're actually going to request that we stay at flight level 240.
Allegiant 3725, climb and maintain flight level 240, Saab.
Climb and maintain flight level 240, Allegiant 3725.
Allegiant 2735, actually we're going to go ahead and climb back up to flight level 380 as requested.
At about our 10 o'clock, 27 miles out, you'll see the Lucas Oil Stadium. It's a massive sports complex where people gather to watch other people run around and occasionally fall over. It's a bit like watching Toby try to navigate a revolving door. Speaking of Toby, he once tried to organize a synchronized swimming event there. Unfortunately, there was no water, just a lot of confused football fans and Toby in a pair of goggles. So keep an eye out for that iconic building where Toby's aquatic dreams went hilariously awry.
Is it just me, or once we climbed a little higher, she started telling us about more places?
Allegiant 3725, contact Indianapolis Center on 119.55.
Switching to Indianapolis Center on 119.55, Allegiant 3725 at 6.
It sounded like she just said shit.
Brandon Armstrong. I think it's not just you.
Allegiant 3725. Evening. We're climbing through flight level 240.
Allegiant 3725, Indianapolis Center, good evening.
Nashville, Indiana. Pretty impressive. I did a lot of stuff that
21 miles out, you'll spot the
it normally would not let you do, but there's always a way around things.
This airport is quite the place. It's named after Ray Bull, who was a notable figure in aviation history, though not as notable as my friend Toby's attempt to create a new sport called airport bowling. The idea was to roll a bowling ball down the runway and see how far it could go. Unfortunately, Toby didn't account for the fact that planes also use runways, and let's just say the ball went further than expected, but not in the way Toby intended. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's bowling dreams took flight, quite
Allegiant
literally.
3725, Indianapolis Center, climb and maintain, flight level 390.
So, to update you guys
Flight
on
level 390, Allegiant 3725.
what do you do when it won't let you set your altitude back to the, like, basically, because I did my descent flow and all that.
Wow.
Basically, what you can do when it won't let you set an altitude, you can just put the altitude in and hit the flight level change button, and that will take you there regardless what your waypoint says. Now, you got to watch what you're doing because
Lois.
it's up to you to make sure
The cloud look really thick, very thick.
that you make your descent in time to do your landing. So what I'm going to do is make sure we start our descent at about 200 miles before we get near the airport. Probably about 240 miles, I'll start doing my descent back down to 3,000. And all you gotta do is turn on VNAV, and that's going to go to the altitude of the waypoints. Are we going through any of them clouds, Lois, or? Winds at 88 knots, and we are flying directly south. We're over top of Jackson, Indiana right now. Brownstown is pretty much south of where we're at right now, about 5 miles.
Allegiant 3725, please expedite your climb to flight level 390.
Expediting climb to flight level 390, Allegiant 3725.
Lois. Nice and thick, very pretty.
Good deal. monitor doesn't like how fast we're going, but it's not setting off our alarm, so we're good.
Lois. We are in Italy in the thick clouds right now, looks like a lots of smoke, lol, cool looking.
That's cool. That is so cool.
Brandon Armstrong. Glad I'm not flying through those.
Yeah, Be My Eyes says it's a vibrant orange and pink clouds. A lot of times you do fly through clouds when you're on flights, you just don't know it, Brandon.
At about our 12 o'clock, 25 miles out, you'll spot the Extremanasium. It's an amusement park where people go to defy gravity and common sense. It's a bit like watching Toby try to navigate a bouncy castle after a few too many fizzy drinks.
Lois.
Speaking of Toby,
Yeah, Brandon,
he once
they're thick as
attempted
thick.
to set a world record there for the longest time spent on a trampoline. Unfortunately,
Lois.
he forgot to account for the laws of physics.
Yes, so pretty.
And let's just say he ended up discovering a new way to exit the park, via the air. Keep an eye out for the place where Toby's trampoline
That's awesome.
took an unexpected flight.
Alright, we're almost back to 39,000 feet. And now,
725, please expedite your climb to flight level 390.
Expediting climb to flight level 390, Allegiant 3725 deck.
right now we're back on track where we would have started. That's how far it went out of the way. Sellersburg is 2 hours southwest. Right now we're flying over Clarksville, Lois. Clarksville, Indiana. We're over Jefferson, Kentucky.
Lois. Nice.
Yep. Goodbye, Indiana. All right, you bum. We're at 39,000 feet. Now you can shut your mouth.
Lois. Good night, heading to work. Love ya. Hope you have a safe landing.
Alright, Lois, have fun at work. Don't forget to clock in.
Lois. Bye, Brandon. Good night to you too, buddy. Lois. Peace out.
Peace, Lois. Love you.
Brandon Armstrong. Definitely don't forget to clock in. Sunfire 11. Hi.
What's up, Andy?
Allegiant 3725. Contact Indianapolis Center on 124.625.
At about our 1 o'clock, 15 miles out, you'll see the Green River Lake. Now, Green River Lake is a bit like a giant puddle that decided to stay put. It's a man-made reservoir, which means humans got together and thought, let's make a lake here, and then they did. It's a popular spot for fishing and boating, but my friend Toby once tried to host a synchronized swimming competition there. Unfortunately, Toby forgot that synchronized swimming requires more than one person, so it was just him flailing about in the water. Keep an eye out for the lake where Toby's solo swimming dreams made quite a splash.
Maintaining flight level 390.
Allegiant 3725, Indianapolis Center. Good evening.
Let's take a look here. Alright, so we've got about an hour and 46 minutes. That is total time. We'll be starting our descent in about an hour and 10 minutes. 20 minutes at the most.
About our 11 o'clock, 15 miles out, you'll see the Cumberland River winding its way through the landscape. Now, rivers are like nature's way of drawing squiggly lines on the earth, and the Cumberland River is no exception. It's been around for ages, probably since water was invented. My friend Toby once tried to set up a lemonade stand on its banks, thinking he'd make a fortune selling river water with a slice of lemon. Unfortunately, he forgot that people prefer their drinks without mud and fish. So, keep an eye out for the river where Toby's entrepreneurial dreams went downstream.
let's see here, folks.
about our 1 o'clock, 6 miles out, you'll spot the Crossville Memorial Airport. Now, airports are like the world's parking lots for planes, but with fewer shopping trolleys and more turbulence. Crossville Memorial Airport is a quaint little spot where planes come to rest, much like Toby after he's had one too many at the pub. Speaking of Toby, he once tried to organize a flash mob there, thinking it would be a great way to welcome incoming flights. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell anyone else about it, so it was just him dancing on the tarmac. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's solo dance routine took off, quite literally. about our 9 o'clock, 17 miles out, you'll find the McMinn County Airport. Now, airports are like the world's parking lots for planes, but with fewer shopping trolleys and more turbulence. McMinn County Airport is a quaint little spot where planes come to rest, much like Toby after he's had one too many at the pub. Speaking of Toby, he once tried to organize a flash mob there, thinking it would be a great way to welcome incoming flights. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell anyone else about it, so it was just him dancing on the tarmac. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's solo dance routine took off, quite literally.
Brandon Armstrong. For Toby just can't catch a break.
No, he can't, can he? Toby got issues.
Toby's way of saying, "Look, I can make water fall down a hill and it looks pretty." Amicalola Falls is one of the tallest cascading waterfalls in the southeast, and it's been doing its thing for thousands of years, long before humans decided they needed to invent plumbing. My friend Toby once tried to set up a lemonade stand at the top, thinking he could sell waterfall lemonade. Unfortunately, he forgot that lemons don't grow on waterfalls, and he ended up just selling cups of water with a slice of disappointment. Keep an eye out for the waterfall where Toby's citrus dreams went tumbling down.
Alright, let's take a look here. Alright, once we get about 45 minutes out, we're gonna... Yeah, about 30 minutes actually.
Glide slope alive.
12 o'clock, 11 miles out, you'll spot the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Now airports are like giant fields where planes come to rest. Much like Toby after he's had one too many at the pub. Speaking of Toby, he once tried to organize a flash mob there, thinking it would be a great way to welcome incoming flights. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell anyone else about it, so it was just him dancing on the tarmac. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's solo dance routine took off, quite literally.
Atlanta Center, good evening.
the center. Expect the Shrek 2 arrival. Descent in about 20 minutes. Reach out if you want an early start. Expecting Shrek 2 arrival. Descent in about 20 minutes. Allegiant 3725.
VNAV on.
Alright, we're going to start our descent.
About our 10 o'clock, 26 miles out, you'll see the Middle Georgia Regional Airport. Now, airports are like the world's parking lots for planes, but with fewer shopping trolleys and more turbulence. My friend Toby once tried to organize a flash mob there, thinking it would be a great way to welcome incoming flights. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell anyone else about it, so it was just him dancing on the tarmac. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's solo dance routine took off, quite literally. you'll see the Jimmy Carter Regional Airport. Now, airports are like the world's parking lots for planes, but with fewer shopping trolleys and more turbulence. This particular airport is named after Jimmy Carter, who was not only a president, but also a peanut farmer. It's a bit like if you named an airport after a potato farmer, but with more political experience. My friend Toby once tried to organize a peanut festival there, thinking it would be a great way to honor the former president. Unfortunately, he forgot to bring any peanuts, so it was just a festival of empty tables and disappointed peanut enthusiasts. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's nutty dreams went a bit off course.
Alright, let's see.
Allegiant 3725, contact Jacksonville Center on 125.75.
At about our 11 o'clock, 9 miles out, you'll find Turner County Airport.
Allegiant 3725.
Now, airports are like the world's parking lots for planes, but with fewer shopping trolleys and more turbulence. Turner County Airport is a quaint little spot where planes come to rest, much like Toby after he's had one too many at the pub.
We are descending through flight
Speaking of
level
Toby,
250.
he once tried to organize a flash mob there, thinking it would be a great way to welcome incoming flights. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell anyone else about it, so it was just him dancing on the tarmac. Keep an eye out for the runway where Toby's solo dance routine took off, quite literally. charming town of Tipton. Now, Tipton is one of those places that sounds like it should be famous for something, like inventing the world's first self-buttering toast. But it's actually just a lovely little town in Georgia. My friend Toby once tried to start a Tipton Toast Festival there, thinking it would attract toast enthusiasts from all over the world. Unfortunately, he forgot to bring any bread, so it was just a festival of empty plates and confused locals. Keep an eye out for the town where Toby's toast dreams crumbled. about 7 miles out, you'll see the South Georgia Motorsports Park. It's a place where people drive cars really fast in circles, which is a bit like watching a dog chase its tail, but with more exhaust fumes. Now, my friend Toby once tried to set a record there for the slowest lap ever completed. He thought it would be a great way to get into the history books. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that driving at a snail's pace on a racetrack isn't as thrilling as he imagined, and he ended up being overtaken by a mobility scooter. So keep an eye out for the racetrack where Toby's dreams of slow motion glory were hilariously dashed.
Jacksonville Center, contact Valdosta approach on 126.6. Contacting Valdosta approach on 126.6. Allegiant 3725. Valdosta approach, Allegiant 3725, evening, descending through 12,000.
Allegiant 3725, Valdosta approach. Good evening, altimeter 30.06. Expect the ILS runway 9er left approach into Sanford.
Read back. Altimeter 3006. Expecting ILS runway 9er left approach into Sanford. Allegiant 3725.
Alright, there we go.
Allegiant 3725, contact Jacksonville, approach on 125.475.
Switching to Jacksonville approach on 125.475. Allegiant 3725. Jacksonville approach, Allegiant 3725, evening. We're descending through 4000.
Allegiant 3725, Jacksonville approach. Good evening, Sanford, altimeter 30.09er.
Hold on. I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that was about, folks. I just don't know. Wait a minute.
VNAV on.
There we go. Level chain was on. I didn't want that on. Okay, it should be. Okay. Okay. Let's see now. I should go to my VNAV on. I think.
VNAV on.
Okay, now I should be able to set my regular set this to that. And it should follow our waypoints now. Can't say that we was fully on the entire idea of the flight plan route, but we're back on track now. So, I mean, we've been on track, just not altitude wise, because somebody wanted to get a close-up of what it looked like, you know, from only 3,000 feet. So we gave that to them. But if you're not up for doing a lot of alternates throughout the cockpit, switching this and switching that, not a good idea, which didn't bother me none, but
just 3 miles out, you'll see Olino State Park. Now, Olino State Park is a bit like nature's way of saying, look, I can make trees and rivers and stuff, and it looks pretty. It's one of those places where the Santa Fe River decides to take a little nap underground before popping back up again. It's like the river's playing hide and seek with itself. My friend Toby once tried to organize a hide and seek championship there, thinking it would be a great way to get people to appreciate nature. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell anyone else about it, so it was just him hiding behind a tree for 3 hours. Keep an eye out for the park where Toby's solitary game of hide and seek became a personal retreat.
we go. Now we're speeding back up. There we go. No, we're under an hour till we get there, folks.
Memorial approach. Descend and maintain 6,000. Altimeter 30.09er.
Alright.
Maintain 6,000. Altimeter 3009er. Allegiant 3725.
What?
At 11 o'clock, 9 miles out, you'll see the famous Silver Springs State Park. It's a bit like nature's version of a water park, but with fewer slides and more alligators. The springs are so clear that you can see all the way to the bottom, which is great if you're into looking at rocks and fish. Now, my friend Toby once tried to start a glass-bottom boat tour business there. Unfortunately, he forgot to use actual glass, so it was more of a fall-through-the-bottom boat tour. Needless to say, it didn't last long, but it did provide some unexpected swimming lessons. Keep an eye out for the springs where Toby's transparent dreams sank without a trace.
Alright. See if we can get direct to ST&K.
radar services, so we can't request direct routing without ATC's permission.
Allegiant requesting direct to STNK.
Allegiant 3725, direct to STNK, approved, proceed direct.
Direct to STNKY, approved, proceed direct. Alright. "43 miles out from Orlando, Florida." That is how we roll. That is what we do. That is how we roll. Been quite an interesting flight, this one, I must say.
Allegiant 3725, contact Orlando approach on 120.225.
Brandon Armstrong. I totally agree.
Contacting Orlando approach on 120.225. Allegiant 3725.
Allegiant 3725, proceed direct UGMA, descend and maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, cleared for the ILS runway 9 or left approach.
Proceeding direct UGMA. Descend and maintain 2000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 9 or left approach. Allegiant 3725.
Alright, let's slow this thing down a little bit here.
Flaps 2.
Slow her down. Slow down, baby. We are getting close. There we go.
Flaps 5.
I must say we've taken this plane on quite the journey today.
Allegiant 3725, Orlando approach. Contact Sanford Tower on 120.3.
Contacting Sanford Tower on 120.3. Allegiant 3725. Sanford Tower, Allegiant 3725. Evening were established on the ILS for runway 9er left approach.
Allegiant 3725, Sanford Tower, winds 155 at 8. Runway 9er left, cleared to land.
Cleared to land, runway 9er left. Allegiant 3725.
Approach mode on. Command B on. Flaps 15. Flaps 30. Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Sink rate. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Minimums.
Glide slow.
We're alright, guys. Hold on. We're good.
low. Terrain.
Shut up.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
We're not even
Don't
sinking,
sink.
stupid.
Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Sink. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Sink. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink.
I hate that
Too low.
terrain thing.
Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Sink. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
All right, we're going manual.
Too low. Sink. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Don't sink. Too low. Sink. Terrain. Too low. 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 Terrain.
Speed breakout. Reverse thrust. 70 knots. Initiating after landing checks.
I had to land it manually, but
Allegiant 3725, welcome to Sanford. Contact ground.
we
on
still did it,
121.35.
so that's all that matters.
Switching to ground on 121.35, Allegiant 3725.
It was at minus 587, but we'll take it. All right.
Sanford ground, Allegiant 3725, evening. We've cleared
Flow
runway
completed.
9 left and are ready to taxi to the gate.
Allegiant 3725, Sanford ground, taxi to A3 via Charlie. Have a great evening.
Taxi to A3 via Charlie, Allegiant 3725.
Yeah, and I think from where, you know, doing that altitude thing I did, it really throws off the other, I don't know. It just, not a big deal. We got it,
Shutting the
but
aircraft down.
we'll stick to our waypoint altitudes next time. That way we're dead on sync with everything. But it was good. And there's our flight submit thing. Well, where is it? There we go.
Flow completed. Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps. Off. Probe. Off. Hydraulic pumps. Sit. Flaps. Up. Parking brake. On. Fuel control switches. Off. Weather radar.
All right.
Weather radar.
shut up. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Alright. I am going to take a breather and come back in a little bit probably to do our extra long flight. So give me a bit.